Okay, I think now we're ready. Let's do this. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio, and today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at the art of Arthur Lismer, and Isles of Spruce from 1922 is the painting that we are going to recreate here. It's a famous painting in Canadian history, and I would say probably maybe his second most famous painting. We'll get into maybe his most famous painting here in a few minutes, but I think this is a beautiful one. It is maybe a little bit trickier for a beginner painter, so I'll show you what I would do if I was just starting out, and then if you want to continue and build on the painting and make it a little bit more complex, I'll show you that as well. So lots of stuff in today's episode, and let's jump right into it. As always, please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Join the Facebook group, upload a photograph of your artwork to the Facebook group, and this coming weekend, I know it's been delayed just because I've been doing a lot of teaching, my classes are all over, it's getting close to holidays for me, so I'll have a lot more time. So consider leaving a donation if you are interested to help support the channel so that I can bring you more episodes during the holidays, and that would be awesome. So let's look at the plan for today's episode. What we're going to do is we're going to get the image started with a little bit of color, or sorry, we're going to get the image on the canvas with a little bit of, and then we're going to stain it with a little bit of color. That's the Imprimatura. Then we're going to talk about the biography of Arthur Lismer. I don't think we'll do any underpainting. I think we're just going to go right into it. So, and this is going to take, I would say, probably 2 hours to get to the beginner's end, and then maybe another hour and a half to get to the final. So we'll probably be looking at a little bit of a longer episode, 3.5 or so hours. But again, if you're watching this after it's been recorded, you can just jump right to the very end, see how it turned out, and then you can decide whether or not you want to follow along. So hopefully you're joining us right back here. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this image onto the canvas. Now, I've got a template, a free template, which you can print out from the Dropbox folder, which is in the description below. Once it loads up here, you'll see that there's all of these different files. The very top of that Dropbox folder, you'll see our intro painting episodes and the tools for those. You're going to see the next 50 or so episodes are for beginner painters, and I've also classified today's episode there. 00Z04 Arthur Lismer. I'm telling you, one of these days I'm going to sit down and try. I have to figure out how to organize it better. But then you have another 150 episodes of a little bit more complex paintings that you're welcome to also experiment with. If you want to try the Mona Lisa, for instance, they're all there. But let's go to Arthur Lismer's folder. If we click in here, you'll see 3 files. There'll be a 4th one with our cheat sheet eventually. But you have the original image, which is here. And then you have the outline, the free outline, which you can download, print out, and I'm going to show you how to transfer that right now. So, let's do just that. So, what I'm going to paint on is a 9x12 sized canvas, and I've also, they come pre-gessoed, but I've added a little bit of extra gesso on top of it, and then I stacked them on top of one another, and you can see where they stuck together long after they dried. So it's a good idea to put maybe a piece of cardboard or wax paper or glassine paper, parchment paper, in between your paintings when you store them, because not only will that happen with the gesso, but it will happen if you've just got your finished painting sitting back to back. So anyway, I'm going to tape the outline to the cover, or to the canvas, and now I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper. You'll see that one side's got our shiny side, one side's matte. Let's put the shiny side down, facing the canvas. And then, you know, it's always a good idea just to take a pencil or a pen when you're outlining, and just to make sure, oh yeah, it is right side up. So let's quickly outline this. I'm not even going to bother like trying to get the jagged areas of these hills, because we're just going to paint over all of that. And I'll be looking at the original painting as I'm painting, so lots of little trees here. And all these rocks on the shoreline. Again, don't feel like you got to do all of them. We just want the sort of the main elements in here so that when we're painting we have an idea, a pretty close reference to the original. We can find our place in the painting. Our daughter was sick last night and puked up in her bed. I've been cleaning that up all afternoon, and I have developed a little bit of a runny nose myself. I think it's that time of the year. My classes just ended. The adrenaline is kind of ebbing away from my body, and it's like, okay, we've done all we need to do. I guess we could take a break now. And wouldn't you know it, that's when the cold starts setting in, right? I'm not even going to bother doing all of those trees back there. Just this clouds. Okay. You'll forgive me here. Oh, Holly, thanks for the donation in the chat. Says, please make more episodes over the Christmas break. That's so sweet. Thanks, Holly. I'll say hi to everyone here in a moment. Okay, so once we've done our outline, I'm going to keep this carbon paper. You notice I've used it many times. There's no reason why I can't use it 5 or 6 more times as well. So I'm going to keep this. I like having it just kind of next to my palette to paint on. And speaking of palettes, I just realized, oh, okay, I thought it was by the sink still, so. This is the mind of someone who's just slightly out of sorts with a cold that is just settling in, so bear with me as my faculties are slightly my faculties are slightly I guess that's all you need to know, right? Okay. So I think that's good. Let's go to our next step. So we've got the image on the canvas. Let's stain it with a little bit of color, and that's what the Italians called the Imprimatura, the priming layer, the first layer, or the prime layer, right? So before we do that, let's just talk about what colors we're actually going to use. So I'm going to be painting this priming layer with what Amsterdam Paint, that brand, calls Azo Yellow Deep, and it's considered a warm yellow. Now we're also going to use a cool yellow for this, and they call that cool yellow primary yellow. And then you can see I'm going to use 6 other tubes, 8 in total, although I probably won't use a black because I'll mix my own black, and I'll show you how to do that as well. We will use some white, though, so you want to have that available. If you don't want to use Amsterdam paint, you can use golden paint. This is much more expensive for 20% better quality, but most people won't notice the difference. You have Liquitex, their student grade paint, their Winsor & Newton Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply chain, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but not Museum Color from Toronto, because they mix white into all of their paint and it just drives me crazy. So let's get out some of our paint. And I'm going to use this aforementioned warm yellow to stain the canvas. And maybe while I'm here, I'm just going to put that on my canvas. Okay, now I'm going to take some water and put that on my palette. And then I'm going to give it a good stir. I feel like I know there's a microphone right next to my nose, so I'm trying my best not to sniffle. But then it gives me the constant anxiety that I'll be painting here, just snot just going to start dripping all over the canvas or some gross thing like that. Okay, so I'm applying this warm yellow all over the canvas here. I'm staining it, which is why I added a little bit of water to help that paint really permeate this gesso surface, which is basically plaster and paint together. Okay. Nice. Okay. And actually, well, I'll put it there for a second. And oh my goodness. Let's, I'm going to put some of this paint on this painting right now so that I don't have to do that after we finish the next step. What else am I missing? Cool yellow. And cool red. Okay. And then let's move this fellow back into place here. Sorry for the sneeze. For the sniffle. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's move to the next step. Come on. Okay, so now what I want to do is tell you a little bit about Arthur Lismer, the person, and show you a little bit of artwork by this great Canadian and English artist. So let's learn a little bit about this fellow. Actually, just as a quick reminder, you want to join our Facebook group here so that we can share and celebrate your artwork with you. It's also a good reminder that there's lots of new people joining all the time, usually about 10 people, 12 people a week. So just be careful about, don't give out your personal information on there. And certainly if anybody is posting anything negative or trying to solicit you for money or whatever, donations, let me know ASAP. Contact me through the Facebook group. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Arthur Lismer. Arthur Lismer is born in 1885 in Sheffield, Yorkshire, England. And Sheffield is kind of in the north central part of England, pretty close to Manchester. And his father is a draper, and a draper is sort of like a wholesale fabric supplier for clothing, for making of tents, and anything that involves fabric, right? So a draper, and I'm not exactly sure, what his line of work within that large industry was, whether, because some people would consider a draper as also like a haberdasher, somebody who might literally sell buttons and zippers and thread and needles to outfitting someone and measuring and sewing their clothes. So, but I think he was probably, my instinct is that he was maybe more on the wholesale end of things. So he grows up in Sheffield, and from a very early age is very interested in art, and he is drawing and painting, so much so that when he's just 13 years old, he starts apprenticing at a local photo engraving company. And that's interesting because about 10 years later, when he moves to Canada, he's also working in that same profession. But working in a photo engraving kind of space would have given him not only contact to other artists who were much older than him and who are obviously probably very passionate about what they're doing, but he would have really seen sort of the behind the scenes of how images were made at that time. Because everything from advertisements, posters, for theater, for the covers of newspapers and magazines, all would have gone through that industry. So anytime anybody needed a photo printed, back in the day, you'd have to get it engraved, and it was a time-consuming process. And so, and actually a lot of like younger boys and men would be involved in that kind of industry because there's a lot of busy work, hauling stuff around, cleaning the plates, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so he gets awarded a scholarship to go to the Sheffield School of Art, and he's there doing evening classes for almost a year, or for almost a decade. He's doing that, and that kind of just shows his commitment. If you're working in the day and at night you're going to class, that is really impressive, especially for a young person. I teach at a local university, and there are definitely some kids who are very motivated, but like any 20-year-old, they'd probably rather sleep than go and take a evening class, right? But anyway, he does that, saves up his money, eventually moves to Antwerp in Belgium and studies at the Académie Royale there. And that's really where things really take off for him. So when he's in school in Sheffield, at art school there, he's learning about art, but Sheffield is, it's not a major art center. It never has been. But so he would have seen some artworks maybe, on display inside the school, but not a lot of more, it's certainly, they don't have the collections that London did, and certainly not, Manchester would might have been slightly more, um, more opportunities to see great art, but it's not until he goes to Belgium and he really sort of immerses himself in the art culture there that, and Antwerp is, a major center for art and culture. So while he's there, he really falls in love with. Let's see. I think there might be some. So there's two art movements that he sees on display in Belgium that really kind of blow his mind. The first one is the art of what we call the Barbizon school, and they are. First of all, it's named after an area of kind of northern central France, kind of near south of Paris. And the Barbizon school is very famous for a group of artists who are almost entirely focused on the landscape. And painting landscapes was nothing new. The Dutch had been painting landscapes since the late 1500s. But the Barbizon school was really focused on landscapes almost entirely devoid of people. Oops, no, I don't want to enlarge that. So we see a little bit. We've got some cows in here, and maybe not a shepherd. Who minds the cows? I don't know. So you have like a lot of like these pristine landscapes devoid of architecture. Well, here's not the best example, but as I just say that. But often it's these very kind of super rural landscapes. And so if we think about how that would have influenced the Group of Seven, because the Group of Seven also focused almost entirely on landscapes that were entirely devoid of people. Like I would say, let's say there's 1,000 Group of Seven paintings, there might be 50 of them that have any people whatsoever in them. So the vast majority of them are devoid of people. So that's one group of art that he would have seen some of there, because Belgium is right next to France, and there was a lot of artists in that who following that movement in that area of the world. And then the other big movement that Lismer sees is post-impressionism, and post-impressionism is the movement that comes after Impressionism. And the post-impressionists, the most famous would be Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin, but we have Cézanne here and Henri Rousseau, Toulouse-Lautrec. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's sort of somebody that borders on that. Pissarro's, generally considered to be more of an impressionist. But so anyway, the post-impressionists are kind of famous for taking the color that we see in Impressionism and dialing it up even more. Here's Gauguin, and of course Van Gogh. And that, of course, again, makes another kind of connection in the mind of Arthur Lismer as, okay, if I was to want to make a painting of a landscape, but I'm living in the early 1900s, I want to maybe do it with more color, more of that punch that the post-impressionists were doing, but I'm still going to take sort of the approach that the Barbizon school used. So after studying in Belgium, he moves to Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And I'm not exactly sure what prompted him to move all the way across the ocean to Canada. I think for an artist, that would have been probably a very odd move, because Canada, especially at that time, and Toronto of all places, would not have seemed like the most likely place for an artist to try to go to make it. I sort of imagine that he wanted to travel and see the world, and because he had this background in photo engraving and an art education, it probably made it very easy for him to get a job at Grip Limited. And we've talked about Grip Limited many times because many of the great artists in Canadian history, or who later form what's known as the Group of Seven, also worked at Grip Limited. So Grip Limited is a photo engraving office, really the preeminent, the best one in Toronto, and really they're getting all the big jobs that are coming through town. So he would have really instantly been tapped into not only the design world in English Canada, Toronto, but also many of the people working at Grip Limited were also had fine art backgrounds, had studied art, not just in Canada, but abroad as well. So he's just like immediately tapped into really the who's who of art in Toronto when he moves to Toronto. And some of the other artists who were working at Grip Limited are the artists who then form the Group of Seven, right? So we have Frederick Varley, A.Y. Jackson did not work. Neither did Lauren Harris. Neither of those worked at Grip Limited, but Frank Johnston did, J.E.H. MacDonald, and Tom Thompson, who was not a member of the Group of Seven, who died shortly before the Group of Seven formed in 1920. But I just imagine that was like, he must have just felt like, wow, this is incredible. Not only have I moved to a whole new country, but I'm working in a job that is very easy for me, that I've been doing since I was a kid, and I've met all of these great artists, and not only that, all of these other artists are really interested in the landscape and painting landscapes. And not only just painting landscapes, because you could paint like cityscapes, they like to get on a train on the weekend and go up to places like Algonquin Park, a gigantic provincial park north of Toronto, and paint outside. And they go and camp and drink and set up, go fish all day long. Like what a spectacular opportunity for him to kind of instantly kind of find a place for himself there. So I think it's also interesting that within a very short, so he moves to Canada in 1916. He's working at Grip Limited. Very shortly after that, in 1916, he gets a job as the president of the Victoria College of Art in Halifax, Nova Scotia, which is now known as the Nova Scotia College of Art and Design, or more popularly known as NASCAD. And NASCAD is one of the 4 major art schools in Canada, still to this day. And I think it's amazing that in 1916, he becomes the president of the school. Now, I don't know the whole history of NASCAD, but it, like a lot of art schools, sometimes they start very small, literally like, in a kind of community center, and slowly get bigger as the more and more students enroll. But, at this time, Arthur Lismer is, 31 years old, and he's already the president of an art school in Canada. And he's only been in Canada for 5 years. That's quite the kind of achievement for a young immigrant to Canada. I think another big kind of monumental thing that happens when he's in Halifax is on December 6, 1917. There's a giant explosion in Halifax, because during this time, from 1914, 1915, for the next 5 years, World War I is raging in Europe, in many of the same places that he had spent time in his early 20s when he went to Belgium to study art. And so there's, and Halifax is sort of the last destination for a lot of Canadian and even some American boats and soldiers who are going overseas into combat, and then boats returning back and loading up with tanks and munitions and supplies, etc. So Halifax becomes this major port during World War I and World War II, And so there's just, it's like a buzz of activity. All the, it's also the end of the train line. So all of this activity is coming through Halifax, and all of these, dynamite and shells for cannons and stuff are being stored in Halifax. And I can't remember the story of the Halifax explosion here, but as I said, on December 6, 1917, this gigantic explosion happens when so it was the largest human-made explosion at the time, and it just destroyed most of Halifax. So, that's, I think, that would have just scared the bejesus out of anybody living in that area. And he did make some artworks related to the explosion and the aftermath. But one of the things that he sees a lot of are these gigantic, steamships, battleships, cruisers that are docked in Halifax and are painted in this style that's called the razzle-dazzle patterns. And these razzle-dazzle patterns do look a lot like Cubist artwork that we see appearing around that same time in kind of like 1910, 1912 is when Picasso and Braque really get going with Cubism. Picasso, of course, takes credit for inventing this, although that is basically, I don't think any serious historian believes that these days, but Picasso, the ego that he had, liked to claim that he was responsible for it. But anyway, these razzle-dazzle patterns that we see on these ships are intended to confuse U-boats and German submarines when they're trying to target these boats, because from afar it's hard to tell whether the boat's coming towards you, going away from you, in which direction it's moving. So it's really kind of a clever system. Now, once sonar and radar become more developed at the end of World War I and into World War excuse me, that would have been loud. Sorry. As sonar and radar get developed in between the wars, this the razzle-dazzle pattern is useless because they're not really targeting from sight anymore. They're using the sonar and radar to target. So anyway, but this painting here that Lismer makes of one of these razzle-dazzle boats is probably, maybe his most famous painting that he did. And there's, actually, let's go to the wiki art. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Shoot. You can see he did a sketch of it. So that's the original sketch that he painted on location in, I think it was 1916. And then, of course, the previous one was the finished version. But he, he's doing lots of sketches and images. So, and he, after having painted a few of those boats, he becomes enlisted in the Canadian Forces Artist Program, and is, which is, or otherwise known as the War Artist Program, which I also had the honor of participating in a couple of times. And I don't think he went overseas. He might have gone on a couple trips overseas, but I think for the most part he stayed in Halifax throughout the war, just sort of documenting the preparations for all these ships coming and going, because it would have been, again, a major shipping hub. So there would have been a lot of activity, a lot of stuff to paint and draw in that place. Lastly, what should we, so throughout this time, Lismer is painting, the World War II or World War I is raging, and he's still working at Grip Limited, and he also, or sorry, no, by 1916, he's now the president of the art school in Halifax, but you know, he's in contact with many of his friends from Grip Limited who have gone overseas. One of his friends who did not go overseas, Tom Thompson, has stayed behind, like himself, and has gone to Algonquin Park and has basically stayed up in Algonquin Park and painting the whole time. And Tom dies in July 1917, which is a major blow to all of those artists. And after World War I ends, and A.Y. Jackson and Arthur, or Lord Harris and Varley return from World War I, they decide to form what is known as the Group of Seven. And the Group of Seven form in 1920 and become really Canada's most important art movement and group of artists. And they are entirely focused on the landscape with using bright colors and almost entirely devoid of people, right? Which reminds us very clearly of the things that most inspired Lismer when he was living in Belgium, right? The Barbizon School and the post-impressionist painters that he was a big fan of. Let's see, what else? I guess from that point on, from kind of 1920, you know, the Group of Seven is painting, but I think really Lismer's attention sort of moves less and less and less away from painting and exhibiting as an artist to his interest in education. And he really is one of the most important teachers in Canadian history because he, first of all, forms a number. He literally founds the School of Art and Design at the Montreal Museum of Fine Arts, which doesn't really exist as far as I know anymore. But, you know, starting your own art school is a big deal. He also created the children's art program at the Art Gallery of Toronto, which is now the Art Gallery of Ontario. And the children's art program at the Art Gallery of Ontario is quite well known. It's a very important program, because it was really one of the first programs to really bring little kids into the gallery and expose them to contemporary modern art, and to really try to capture their interest in fine art, right? Which is something that, you know, now we sort of take for granted. I've taught kind of in similar programs in Vancouver here, in Los Angeles where I lived, and it is really cool spending time with kids in front of art, especially, you know, modern art, and getting their interpretations of you know, abstract painting, all the things that people say my kid could do. You talk to little kids about it, and they certainly don't think it's something they can do. So, and then he goes to South Africa, and he sort of, what do you call that? Kind of like a missionary of art, and helps train other teachers how to teach art while he's abroad. He moves to McGill, or where's McGill? McGill, that's how come McGill's not a link here? McGill is McGill in Montreal? Yeah, it is in Montreal. Okay. That's what I thought. So he starts teaching at the School of Architecture in McGill University, and he stays there from 1943 until he retires in 1955 at the age of 70 years old. So for really since, you know, what, 1916 until 1955, his you know, day job is as a teacher at various different levels, whether it's little kids in Toronto or university students in Montreal. He is, you know, a major advocate for art and art education, which, as an art teacher myself, obviously I have a great deal of respect for and appreciation for his contribution to the profession. Let's see, what else do I want to make mention? You know, after the group of 7 folded, he joins the Canadian Group of Painters, which is the Canadian Group of Painters is a group that was started by A.Y. Jackson, who also is really the person who started the group of 7. And the Canadian Group of Painters is much larger and a coast-to-coast art group as well. That also includes not maybe 20% of whom are women, which was a big deal, you know, at the time. And then lastly, you know, he passes away in 1969. So he lives, you know, a very long life, and he's buried on the grounds of the McMichael Art Collection in Clainsburg, which is just north of Toronto, like 45 minutes north of Toronto. And if you've ever been there, it is quite, I wonder if there's a photograph here of the grave sites, because there's something, no, it doesn't look like it. But I just want to share with you this. Because buried on the grounds of the, will this let us enlarge it? Sort of adjacent to the museum is this burial ground, which has, I think, 5 of 7 members from the group of 7. I think, and I would just be speculating if I could remember who's buried there. But it is pretty cool that, or pretty cool, strange and weird that the art collector, the McMichael family, literally collected the corpses of group of 7 members and have them on location on the grounds of the museum for artists to visit, which, you know, is, and also in some cases the spouses and children of some of those artists as well. But just a little, if you're ever in that area, it's well worth the visit. The museum is fantastic. It has one of the best collections of Lismer's art, as well as a group of 7. Okay, so let's move on to, sometimes we do an underpainting. I think, however, I am going to go right to the background pass. Wow, there's a lot of messages in the chat, so I make sure somebody's not trying to get a hold of me. Nikki says, "Hey Michael, I want to ask you something about your Facebook group. Do you usually reply to people who post in your group? I've never seen it until now. Also, I would like you to see my last work I did, Van Gogh Starry Night, but I don't know how to call attention to reply there. How do I send it, please?" So once a month, I go through all of the files on the Facebook group, and I do a live episode where I give people feedback. So that'll be this coming weekend. We'll do that. So because there's almost 600 people posting photos daily there, I would be a full-time job replying to and commenting on all the artwork that's there. So I just do it all at once together. Okay, so let's start painting here. So the first thing I want to do is start painting in our background. So that's going to be laying in some of the blue sky and the clouds and these hills that are in the background. The foreground I'll consider to be these big trees and, you know, really the lower half, the water and the reflections. So we're going to spend maybe the next 45 minutes working away in this background area. So to get started, I'm going to mix a cool blue. In fact, I'm just going to get those side by side here. So I'm going to take my cool blue and some white and mix that together, and let's just see how bright we want to make that. And by bright, I mean like how much or how little white do I want to put in there, because adding more white is going to actually lessen the brightness. It's going to get lighter. Brighter is when we've got more saturated colors in there. I think that's a pretty good kind of halfway. I am just going to add a little bit of matte medium in here. So matte medium is just clear paint, right? I love using matte medium. I use it a lot, especially at this stage, because it's going to just make it just a little bit more transparent. So I still capture a bit of this yellow that I applied there, because I want a little bit of that glow coming through. Okay. Notice I'm just sort of painting right over top of some of those trees. That's okay, because I'll bring that back later. They're going to be pretty dark, you know, trees, so... Oops. Okay. So, now I'm going to take a little bit of white, mix this in here, maybe even a bit more. And you know what, I'm going to put a little bit of matte medium in there as well. Just because it's just, otherwise it's going to be, that white will make it really opaque, right? I'm just going to now bring this just kind of painting a little bit on top of, you know what, I should have waited until it dried a bit. I should have used the blow dryer. Okay, so that's, again, you can see why I do that occasionally, because what I end up doing, if it's not dry, if it's dry, I can paint that over, no problem. If it's wet, I can also paint over it, no problem, and it mixes, which is what I was trying to do. But if it's not quite dry and just a little bit wet, instead, you actually sort of just peel the previous layer of paint off, which can be super frustrating. So I'm just gonna now, you know what? I mean, let's blow dry this, because otherwise it's gonna drive me crazy. So I just saw in the chat, Paula, and I think you've mentioned this a bunch of times, you haven't been able to find the link for the Dropbox or for the PayPal. It's literally the second paragraph in the description below there. It says donations welcome, but anyway I put it there in the chat there if you're having a hard time finding it. And I appreciate the request to how to donate money. Thank you. So I'm just going to add now just some actual cold blue right out of the tube. You can see I added a bit of the matte medium in there. And I can paint with that, and then I can just sort of blend it out a little bit, soften the edge of and then if you want, you can kind of go back in and get a little bit of the other color. The slightly lighter version. Ah. Don't worry if you're not happy with any of that, because we can just cover it with clouds in a little bit. Okay, I think that's good enough. Just wiped those brushes off. Pascal's excited to go to the Detroit Institute of Art. Wow, that's awesome. They've got a few paintings by Matisse there that I'm a big fan of. I've never been there, but I've always wanted to go. So, now let's paint some clouds. I'm going to take my white, and actually, you know what? I think we need to mix a gray here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my warm red, my cool yellow, and my cool blue, and mix these guys together. And like, ooh, that's a gross color. Because we're turning it into a black. And at this point, I'm not really super concerned if it's properly mixed, but you can add a little bit of white in there. And if you add white to that color, it will reveal, you know, the kind of gray you have. Is it a little bit green or a little bit blue, a little bit purpley? And so you just want to add kind of the opposite color in there. If it looks a little bit purple, what's the opposite of purple? Yellow. If it looks a little bit brown, then we're probably got, in this area, we want to use some blue. If it's a little bit green, we're over in this area, so we need to add some red. Okay, so I got this gray. Just a little bit of blue back into that gray just for now. And I'm going to start out painting these clouds. Now I could have started with white and gone into this with white, or I could have gone in a darker color. I've chosen to go kind of in the middle to get a middle value, so that I can go darker and lighter. Different artists will have different points of view on this. I just prefer to have the option to always kind of go darker if I want, and lighter if I want. And so this is an area I'm not happy with because of my paint, so I'm just going to bring the cloud down a little bit over top of that area. All right, so if you're not happy with part of your clouds, feel free to, you know, get rid of some of the sky and paint over it a bit. So now I'm just going to add some of these much more narrow, flat clouds that are in the background. Okay, I think that's good for right now. I don't want to spend too long fussing with this, or even with those clouds, because what I'd like to do is get the first pass accomplished. So get that paint in the sky, then work down here, because those colors might change. My perception of them will change as I get more of the painting completed. And so there's no point in trying to match the colors to my faulty perception. I might as well just keep on painting, and when I'm ready and I've got more of the painting completed, I'll be able to do a more accurate mixing of colors. Oh, Paula says, I just donated $40. Thanks, Paula. That's so sweet of you. It's very helpful. I appreciate your support over the years. That's great. Thank you. So now let's move into these hills back here. And I think it's worth just sort of quickly examining. Oops, sorry. You can't see what I'm talking about, can you? Okay, so what I want to do is I want to paint these hills that are in the background here. And, you know, we could just start painting some green back there, but if we zoom in, we notice that there's, you know, green on top of a couple of other colors, in fact. So what I see under here is a kind of a cool blue purple underneath there. So that's what I'm going to try to go for. Let's see what's on the other side. There's also, on this one, it seems a little bit darker. It's hard to tell entirely because there's a lot of paint built up in this area. So what was there first? I don't know. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start mixing some kind of dark blue, cold blue colors. And then I'm going to, as I get closer to the foreground, I'm going to start adding more purple colors into it. Yeah, okay. So I'll show you what I mean here. So what I want to do is I've got my cool blue and I mixed this black previously, right? So I'm going to take my cool blue and I'm just going to take some of this black, mix that in there, going to take a bit of white, though, as well, because otherwise this is going to stick right on the foreground. It's going to come forward because black is always such an intense color. If we think of like a window, like if we think of a painting like a window, black is like a bug on the window. So anytime you use black, it comes right up to the viewer's nose, right? So you want only things that are right up close to the viewer's nose to be painted with black. So in this instance, you know, if we use black at all, it would really only be in these trees right up here. Maybe a dark gray in the reflection, and that's it. You know, we'd be using a kind of a little bit of a gray in all of these colors, because otherwise they're going to compete spatially with the foreground element. Okay, so I've mixed this cool, dark cool blue, and I'm going to paint that all the way in here. So let's just show you the... So this is why I said I'm not even going to bother trying to paint all those little trees, because they are just going to disappear. Let's do that. I'm going to paint that same thing here. I do worry that this is maybe a little bit too dark. I could have used a bit more white in there to make it a bit grayer. But we are going to cover this with a lot of trees, so I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. Okay, so that's a good start there. Now I'm going to take a bit of my cool red and mix it into here, which is going to give me this very muted purple. I'm just going to have it kind of coming down behind here. Right, so I've got these kind of two distinct kind of areas. We've got this hill that's in front of this hill, right? And it's not really clear in the original, but I've just sort of made it kind of come down here like that. So these ones are further in the background. Now, let's do this area here. So for that area, I'm going to take some... you know what? I'm actually going to mix it like this. I'm going to take some of my cool red and my warm blue. So now we've got a much more saturated purple. I'm going to add a bit of white to it just to keep it kind of slightly muted, less intense. Let's put a bit of black back in there as well, just so it's not too strong. Okay, so what I'm about to paint is this area underneath here. I think I'm going to leave this yellow alone, and I'm going to paint so I'm going to leave some yellow there and then paint under here. There's my back shoreline there. Now, I'm not sure that he's entirely doing this. This is just what makes logical sense for me. Oh, well, actually, you can kind of see him using a bit of... I don't think this is... well, I don't know if that's the foundational layer, but you can see he's using that little bit of purple. The same kind of purple, anyway. So it's important to remember that this is the under, like the foundational layers of paint, what some people might call like the underpainting. I'm establishing those grounding colors that we're going to paint over top of, that are going to help create space in the painting, because warm colors advance, they appear to come closer to the viewer. Cool colors appear to recede. So when I've got cool colors up here in the sky, that makes the sky go backwards. I've got cool colors in these hills, that makes them go backwards. And now I'm using a little bit of warmer color and soft color for this kind of middle ground area here. As I go forward, I'm going to be using only warm colors, maybe a little bit of cool, but mostly only warm colors down here. And that's going to make this the closest area to us, right? So it's just like using the way that color tricks the eye in our paintings, and we can get these really cool, a lot of depth in our artwork. I wonder if Cora's watching. There's my mom and my little niece Cora. Says, hi, Uncle Mikey. Nikki says, hey, hi, has anyone used the paints from Walmart? Nikki, can you tell us what the brand name is of those paints from Walmart are, and then I can tell you, I can see if I can help you figure out which colors to buy. So I guess lastly, before I move on, I'm just going to think about this area here, which is these sort of golden trees, these kind of golden spruce maybe. Now, the final layer is going to be kind of this brilliant yellow, but I think what I want to put underneath it is a bit of kind of a slightly orangey brown. So let's mix an orangey brown, and I'm just debating, should it be a warm brown or a cool brown? Browns are often pretty muted anyway, so they don't have a lot of warmth or coolness. They're closer to the neutral core here. I think I'm going to mix a warm brown, though, just because of the warm brown might be just a little bit more bright. Oops, that's a lot of red. I didn't need nearly that much red. So I'm going to start with all that orange. I'm going to take just a little bit of blue. You could see when I say a little bit of blue, I'm mean a little bit of blue. Because the more blue I put in this, the immediately the darker it'll get. And I want it to stay pretty luminous. I just want something that's like orange, but just a little bit more on the browny side. Okay. That's good. It's almost, it could be maybe a little bit too dark. Maybe just an orange would have been just fine, but so over here I just sort of realized that maybe that purple was too much, and so I'm painting down there, but I'm covering a bit of that up. That's okay. Same thing, I'll put a bit of this down by the water. And then I'm going to use the same brown here shortly for the foreground. But I think that's pretty good for right where I want to be at this stage. Yeah, Nikki, if you can you tell me the brand name of these paints you saw at Walmart? I'll see if I can help. The Apple Barrel Multi-Surface product. I don't know what that is. Is that a kind of paint? So let's move on to another step here. So now that we've got the background started, let's work on the foreground and start getting these big trees that are here and the water. And then once we're done that, I think we're going to it'll be much easier to see where this painting is at and what needs to go where, right? Because we've done a lot of stuff very quickly. And then once we get all that done, then we can do all the fine tuning, but not a moment before then. So what we want to do is we want to add some much warmer colors in and around here. So let's even just look at this tree here. So what we're going to do is we're going to add warm blue and maybe even a little bit of black and white to make a slight gray that's going to go under here. Although I might just try my warm blue on its own and see how that holds up. Because warm blue is pretty dark. Again, I don't want to make it too black. Gosh, excuse me. Oh my goodness. So I'm going to take my warm blue. Let's put a bit of black in there. So that might be just a, well, let's see. I really want to, yeah, I'm going to put a bit of white in here just because otherwise my fear is it's going to leap too close to the foreground. So So I'm not going to spend any time like articulating these trees all. I just want to kind of get that started. Because I'm going to go back into this background and paint all around it and stuff. So we're just laying these kind of placeholder colors in. Let's slide this over. And I think I'm just going to add more blue. And also a bit more of my black in here, now that I'm going right into the foreground. Now, I should say that, you know, if I had a lot more time here, I would probably, and if I was painting a larger surface, I would take my time here and try to, I would probably work on this a little bit differently. I might paint, you know, around these tree trunks so that they could stay a little bit more red and vibrant of color. Okay. Okay, now let's see. I might as well do this same thing. Let's take some of my warm blue, black. There's a bit of white that I had on there as well. Let's do... Probably put a little bit more white in there than I was planning on it, but that's okay. This is just still a foundational layer. It's not the final thing. Okay, now what I want to do is I'm just going to take this brown that I made previously, And I'm going to put it right down in here. I'm going to bring my blue that I was just painting with, mix that in. It looks a little bit greenish, so I'm going to take some of this red. A bit more red. And I'm just going to lay this in this area down here. So you can see I'm kind of obliterating a lot of my pencil lines. If that's a concern, then just maybe paint a little bit thinner, or try to kind of blend that out so that you can see those shapes. But again, this is why I don't spend that much time on my outlines, because I know for the most part they'll get covered. Oops, maybe a bit too much white again, but whatever. I'm just putting this in as the reflection in the water. Okay. And now let's take a bit of the warm blue. You see, I'm not even washing my brush really at any stage here, because I don't mind it being a little bit dirty. Taking my warm blue, warm yellow, a little bit of that white. Just going to paint this in for this hillside. I'll just take some of this yellow right here, add it back in. This is just some warm yellow I just took right off the tube, and I'm just putting a little bit back in there. Not really enough to show up, but just to remind myself when I'm painting back in there. And then last but not least, I'm going to take some warm blue again, and white. And I'm going to paint with this warm blue the sky. Don't worry, it's not the right color yet, because we're just getting things painted in here. We're going to put a bit of that cool blue that's in the sky on top of this later on. And I'm just doing this just to make it look like those are mountain peaks or tops of trees and stuff. there's Lolly. Okay. Lolly says, Michael, your painting looks already annoyingly good. So, now what we'll do is we're going to go back to the background. We're going to finish the sky and start with all of those trees back there. That's going to take a little bit of time. But, you know, really, over the past 45 minutes, we've got the painting really well established. And now this would be the state of a painting where sometimes people would stop here and now switch from acrylic into oil paint. Obviously, we'd let all the acrylic dry, but some people will get to this stage where they're just kind of quickly painting in colors, and because acrylic paint dries so fast that they can stop here, use the blow dryer, and then use oil paint over top of this. And not just for this, for a landscape, but if you're doing a portrait or whatever. This would also be a great place for someone maybe to stop for the day and then come back at another time. So if you could get this done in an hour or two to get to this place, that would be perfect. And then you'd be able to really kind of do the second half of the painting in another session, maybe next weekend or something. But I'm going to do it all right now. So, let's... Okay, so we've got the paint all over every part of this painting now. Let's go to the background and let's finish the sky and these hills in the background. So let's just see how they are faring side by side here. Now, I'm pretty happy with the cold blue that I've got back here. There is going to be a little bit of warm blue that we'll put up here because that part of the sky is kind of coming up over here towards us, so it's going to be closer and it's going to be warmer. But in fact, well, maybe we could start there. I was going to say we'll do that at some point, but maybe that point is now. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I want to have a brush I can paint with and a brush that I can blend with handy, right? And ideally both, well, the blending brushes should be dry. So I'm going to use this one. That one's has not yet been used. I still have this paint, which I could probably use a bit of. In fact, I'm going to use a smaller brush. So I'm going to take my warm blue, and I'm just trying to think of where I can do this. Let's do that. Take this warm blue there. I'm going to take a little bit of cold blue and a bit of matte medium, just to dilute it. So I'm taking my warm blue and a bit of cold blue, because basically what we have now is a bit more like a cobalt blue, which, you know, is right on that line between cold and warm, or at least the cold and warm blues that I'm using. So I just want to be careful about putting too much paint on here, because that can make it hard to blend, right? This doesn't seem in focus yet. There we go. Okay. So I'll paint that. it's already getting kind of sticky, so I just have to let that dry. While that's happening, you can see I'm just kind of going over those edges a little bit, because, you know, a cloud's going to have different areas of transparency. And let's go all the way to the other side here. Zoom back out. Not so happy with what's happening over here. That one's a little bit better than the other. So let's just, I'm going to blow dry this. I'll mute the microphone momentarily. Okay, so let's just do that again. So I'm just going to come down a little bit lower than I did last time, because I don't like the... Oops, that's... Should have just left it. Should have just left it and painted it later, but blow dried it. So that side I'm happy with, the right side less so. It is kind of patchy here in a way that I don't like. So I think there's two ways I can do this. One is I can keep trying to force that to work, or I can just say, you know what? Instead, what I think I'm going to do is try to use the clouds to cover up some of that. And actually, now that I'm looking at the original, I sort of noticed that the blue kind of descends a little bit further down there. That is odd. It looks like maybe he's trying to capture some sort of atmospheric effect here. For that blue to come down lower than on the right than it does on the left is kind of strange. But hey, I'm gonna see if how closely I can get to his. Anyway, so we'll just leave that. It's not perfect, but you know, it doesn't have to be. And I imagine what I just did, it might be pretty difficult for some people who might run into some problems with blending, because blending with acrylics is the thing that is most difficult, I think. Oil paint is made for blending. If you really like doing kind of quote-unquote photorealist painting, which means you need that kind of well-rendered, seamless blending from one color to the other, oil paint is your thing. Acrylic, we can do that, and I've done, I don't know, 100 or more episodes where we've done lots of blending, and we can do it. It's just we need to add mediums. First of all, we need to add probably like a slow dry medium or a glazing fluid or matte medium to do it. It just requires, it's just not using the material at its, it's not using the strengths of the material, sort of fighting against it a little bit. Okay, so let's go to the clouds now. So let's look at these clouds. I think as I said, what I did here is I put a middle value. So I used kind of the gray that's kind of not my darkest gray and not my lightest gray. So it's kind of maybe this gray right in here. So now I can darken and I can lighten. So it doesn't matter which direction we go first. Let's lighten, I suppose. So I'm just going to take some white. Let's put this down here and take a bit of black in there. I'm also just going to take just a little bit of matte medium, just a couple blobs. This will make it just a little bit more transparent, because anytime we're using white, it just covers everything instantly. So it just gives us just a little bit more transparency. So, as I'm looking at the monitor, it looks... basically, I haven't done anything. It looks very similar. It's because it is so transparent. On here, though, I can see it slowly getting more opaque. Really, that's the thing that I'm doing here, is just making it more solid. And then up here, I'm going to fudge that a bit. Because I wasn't happy with the way that blending of the sky turned out. So, okay, so let's do that. Now let's kind of go in the opposite direction. Let's take some of the black we mixed. All right, I put this down into that white. Now it's going to be much darker. In fact, almost a little bit too dark. The other thing too is a good idea is to kind of continue all the way across so that we have the same level of darkness in that cloud as we go across the sky here. So notice most of this darkness is on the tops of these clouds, and the bottom parts are of the white. That makes these clouds pretty solid, opaque, kind of like rain cloudy kind of things. So this, I think, would have been probably one of the most fun parts of the painting for Lismer, is just painting the clouds and looking up at the clouds while he's painting them, and they're changing, and he's quickly trying to describe what he sees. Don't worry about getting the right colors in here yet either. We're going to get a bit of purple in here, don't worry. Okay. Now he's got a little bit of purple in that sky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bit of my cool blue and cool red, mix that up, and now we're going to get a pretty saturated purple. We don't really want to use that big saturated purple though, because maybe we need it to be a bit more bluish. I'm going to bring that color that I just mixed down into here. We just want this to be kind of a little subtle bit of purple. Because you'll see it's going to kind of stand, maybe let's get a bit more. It's going to stand out as similar as it might seem right there. See, it's like, oh, that was too much. Let's add a bit more white, a bit more of my black. So maybe let's zoom back in here. So if you want, you can take a brush and kind of blend some of this in and just soften those brush strokes if you want. You don't have to though. Like, you know, somebody like Tom Thompson that Lismer painted with a few times in Algonquin Park was pretty bold and at times just left the brush strokes just like that. Lismer, you know, has bit more of a classical approach to painting, so might have found that just a little bit too intense. mixing a bit more of this here. Oops, sorry. Actually, it looks like he's got a bit more white. Just adding a bit more warm blue in here. I think I'll just have to wait for that to dry for a few minutes there. Let's just zoom back out. So one thing that I do when I'm painting too is I just kind of stop and just squint my eyes and look at the original, and then look at the original and look at mine, and just see, like, in terms of the value relationships. Value is how we measure light and dark, right? So where are the dark areas, where are the light areas, and have I got those close? And so I look at that, and I think I've got, that's pretty good. It could be a little bit darker here. That could even be just a little bit lighter in there. Now, I don't mind this just as it is right now. But, you know, if we really wanted to kind of get closer, then that would just be a matter of just trying to kind of match some of those valued differences. So one thing I love doing is once I've got a color on my brush, I like to kind of put it all over the place. Spread it out so that it really isn't just located in one place, even if it's not quite exactly what the original artist did. Okay, now there are some other colors up there really quickly, including a little bit of kind of a slight teal color. So let's just get a bit of that on here. So I'm mixing that color. That's my cool blue and cool yellow. And I'm just going to mix this into a bit of this gray. Okay, now I was going to add some more white in here. I don't know how much I want to put in there though. I'm going to take a bit of white. You can see I added just a little bit of color on there, so it's not just pure white right out of the tube. I'm also just going to take a little bit of my... Do I have any of this brown? There's a little bit of yellow on here. I'm just adding a bit of that because it's just going to give a bit of warmth into the clouds. It makes kind of just gives it that little bit of glow, like there's a little bit of sun in some of those lighter areas. I don't know if, let's zoom in here, because I don't know if how much of that's coming across on camera. very subtle. And so kind of especially as we on the close to the horizon line. Okay. So very, very little subtle effects. I think, you know, I could work on that sky for another couple of hours, but I just want to move forward now. And let's get that back hillside in here. Before I do, I'm just going to clean some of these brushes before they seize up on me. Even, and maybe more especially, is if you're using a brush to do any blending, all that paint is going to stick on those edges and dry up, and it's not going to be... It's going to ruin that brush because we got dry paint on there drying. So you want to try to keep these acrylic paint brushes clean and free of paint, because you're basically painting with a glue, and once that glue dries, you can kind of get it out, but it's gonna make a mess. Trying to see, I see a whole conversation going about different colors. Guys talking about different pinks. I'm sorry I missed the beginning of that, so it looks like a long conversation here. So let's look at those hills back here. So now I'm really happy that I've got this darker color going on back here, because now what I'm going to do is start painting some of these little trees. In fact, let's just... So what I've got my middle value. Let's even zoom in. Got my middle value, which is this color right in here. So then we're going to put our darker cold blue back up there. And then this cool, it's almost a little bit teal green, emerald green here over top of it. And we'll do that throughout. I mean, now I'm looking at that, I think maybe I could put a little bit more of a purple under there now. Maybe let's do that. I'm just going to take this color that I have here previously, get a little bit colder. Just a bit more transparent, because there's some white in there, obviously. Just feel like this needs to be a bit more purpley. And maybe while I'm here, let's just take this cool blue. And put another coat of that So as I'm going across here, I'm just adding, kind of going with my brush. In fact, just giving little lumps on this hill here, just to. That's going to be where some trees are going to go. Now, I did make that pretty dark. That's okay. It just means, you know, it's now competing value-wise with my foreground, right? So that, you know, maybe a little bit more gray would have been prudent, but it is what it is. I think it's going to be, it'll be fine because I'm about to paint lighter things over top of it. It just means that this is really going to have to be, there's going to be some dark blue, in fact maybe even a bit of black in there. Okay. But, you know, as I say, like, I don't really know what it's going to look like until I get there. So there's no point in spending too much time worrying about that stuff until I get more of the painting completed. So let's now... I think we're going to need to mix more black is what I need. So let's take our, where should we do this? We're going to use gray for a while. So let's just take our cool yellow, our warm red, mix that together. It's going to give us an orange. Now we're going to need more cool blue. Now there was a bunch of white here, so ideally I would do this in a part of my palette that doesn't have any white, otherwise I'm going to get a gray, but I'm probably going to use gray for a while anyway, that by the time I get to black, I can actually just mix a black, or potentially even use black right out of the tube. We'll see when we get there. And the reason I'm mixing this up is because I'm going to add some of that into that color I just painted, which, you know, yeah, that is a little bit, shouldn't have made it that dark, but it'll be okay. So you can see how much darker that is. I don't know. You know what? I think I do have to lighten that up. So let's just, it's no problem. Let's just take a bit of white. Not maybe that much white. And we want our cool blue in here, right? Cool blue. A little bit of black to make it gray. Needs to be more gray. Okay. That's a bit of a pain doing that, but ultimately, because I just otherwise I'm gonna have to put darker trees, and then it's really gonna force me to get my foreground really dark, and I don't even know if I can get it that dark to create the amount of space I want in this picture. So let's take that color and add some black to it. So I'm just taking the color I was just painting with, but now I'm making it much more dark. Alright, so those look pretty shiny right now. They're going to lose their intensity as we go. So I might now use just that color for outlining some of those trees. When we get to that stage. So let's mix that green that we're about to paint with. So we're going to take our cool yellow, or cool blue. Let's mix that together. We want more green to start. And let's take a bit of white. Okay. Side. In fact, you know what? Maybe I should just blow dry that real quick. Get all this wet, dark paint on here. Okay. It's almost a bit too intense. Maybe I could use a bit more gray in there, but let's just paint and see. I think it could be a little bit more gray. Oops. Now painting all these little trees is time consuming. You know, my paintbrush kind of splayed out like that, so you see I just kind of took it and just twisted it in my fingers, and that's going to give it a bit more of a pointy quality. I'm not even too concerned about the shapes of these trees. I'm going to keep on moving. Don't want to get caught up in that. We're going to add different color here, but I want to, since I've got this color mixed, I'm going to use it as much as I can. Now, some people might find it easier to do these trees by painting towards them. I'm going to start with a blob and point it this way. Whatever works for you. Now the color of these trees are going to change throughout here. It's okay though if I paint a color and change the color by painting something else over top of it, because a little bit of this color will stay there, and that's just going to give kind of a bit of nuance, like there's maybe different kind, like light hitting it from that's sort of just barely visible from one angle or so. I really don't think you can do wrong by putting lots of paint on your painting. Anyway, just gonna turn this back around. Whatever you feel is easier, or maybe it's easier to paint on an angle. Paint on an angle. There's no right or wrong way to do it. So now I just mixed just a little bit more blue into my palette. Alright, so I've got this blue. I'm just adding a bit more there, and if I want, I can even add a bit more white into it, because we do have Some of these have got blue, so I'll start working my way back into the opposite direction shortly. So I think this might have been one of those areas of this painting where he spent the most amount of time. So I'm just going to try to get this done as quickly as possible. But I can see that he's gone back in and tinkered with things and changed the colors, painted different colors on top of colors that were already there. Before I do any new mixing of colors, let's just see. This color doesn't really appear very much over here. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of warm yellow and mix that into my color. Warm yellow always gives a bit more of a grassy kind of quality. Just a bit more of... Oh, and let's put a bit of white also in there too. Take even more of that and mix it less into this. I'm just going to take a bit of, let's say, a bit of cool red in there. So it'll get a bit more brownish. Not much of this color over here. But I do feel like we're not too far off with that color for... Well, let me just see. I was going to start painting these trees. I think what I'm just going to do a quick little bit of is just cleaning up around some of those trees. So let's take some of our black and our blue here that we mixed earlier. I don't know how much of this I want to do. I think I can be pretty happy just moving on, but he is sort of, you can see where he's kind of carving into these trees. Maybe I'll just take a little bit of a darker. So he kind of turns this into a bit of a pattern back here, which I think is really gorgeous. Okay, I think I might go back and touch up that a little bit, but again, I don't know what it will all completely look like until I get there. So let's just move on. And if we got more time, then we'll do it. If not, that's okay. Okay, so let's tackle the kind of gold band running across here. So I think I'm pretty happy with this color that I've applied here as kind of a foundational layer. So I think what I'm going to do next, I'm going to mix another brown that's going to be just a little bit darker. And I'll do a little bit of kind of contouring of some shapes. So I'm using my warm red and warm yellow and warm blue to give me this darker brown. Now again, I'm just sort of riffing around here, just adding some textures. Okay. Now I'm just going to take a bit of this color, add a lot more yellow to it. And I'm even going to take a little bit of white, because that's going to make it a little bit lighter. So it'll also cover up a bit more of the background. And now my goal is not to get rid of all of the kind of orangey color that I painted there before, but so this down here, remember this is where I painted purple and then I put the same color over top of the purple that I had up here. And yet it now kind of has this kind of really nice, slightly darker brown quality. Let's just take a look as we zoom back out and see how they look. Okay. back to those shortly. Okay. So maybe what I'm just going to go back into with my kind of darker brown and just add a little bit more detail and texture in here. Because the paint is still a little bit wet, I can kind of blend in a bit. Obviously, again, I'm going fast here just to kind of get this done. But, you know, I guarantee you that Lismer would have spent hours and hours and hours in these areas here. So it is what it is with the limits of time that I have given myself for these paintings. But we can get a pretty good approximation. What if we do the same thing, but we just take a little bit of black, mix this into our gray, or into our brown. Let's just get a bit of black in there, and a little bit of white. So ideally we would have more than just essentially 3 passes of color here. I would add a whole bunch more, but I think I gotta move on from there. So let me just clean a few brushes. And I might add a little bit more saturation into some of those, just where a little bit of light is hitting the tops of those golden spruces back there. Right when I'm doing my finishing touches. I still got a bit of a ways to go before I get there, though. Now, what I want to do is get these trees in, and that's tricky. What color is that? That's a kind of a bit of like a cobalt-ish kind of color, which we like a Prussian. So let's take our cool blue, let's take our warm blue, mix that together. I have a little bit of white that I can allow to blend in there. Let's take a bit of our black, because we want this to be a bit of a gray, right? I put too much white in there, darn it. Okay, so let's just add more black. just going to go to a slightly bigger brush. It's just too small. Take me forever. Ah, where am I? Okay, this is... Stay there, Michael. Okay. Don't have quite so many on this side, but okay, let's go back to this side here. So what is he doing here? He's now taking a bit of, I guess you could say, greens and purples and mixing them into this. Let's just take a bit of cool yellow, mix that in here. So you're sort of like just painting on the interior of some of, but not all, of these. Where's my color? I just mixed it over here. Let's go back. I'm just gonna get that paint off. Let's take a bit of my cool red. Okay. So we're getting close. We've got most of the background completed. I think there's gonna be a few touch-ups that I'll do right at the very end. Well, he says, I can't wait to try this one when it's not 3 a.m. Goodness. Get to sleep, Lolly. I appreciate you watching, but my goodness. You're the trooper. So, let's... I'm trying to think what would be the next stage here. Well, okay, let's... Okay, so we've got our background 90% complete. Now let's do the same with the foreground. So we're going to be painting on the trees and the rocks and the water that are right up front here. Right, we're going to be painting these trees, these guys here, and all of this down there. And then if we want to do any little touch-ups back there, because right now it's pretty like this, you know, if we just look at a section of the painting, it's not bad. If we look at this, it's like, what is going on, right? And that's because all of this is undefined. Once we start putting some black shapes in here, this whole painting is just going to completely change. And I think that's one thing that, you know, if you're a beginner painter, if you're working on a painting, like, it can be really hard to look at it and not feel like it's a disaster. And you just have to be like, okay, well, I'm like halfway done. There's still a lot of stuff. It's okay for me to be at this stage, right? So I think it might be prudent actually to work on some of these reflections under here and even the sky, so that because these reflections from these trees are going to start overlapping that background. So I think I'm going to start with the sky down here first. So I'm going to take our cool blue, some white, and just a little bit of warm blue. I'm going to put some matte medium in here. So the reason, you know, I'm putting some cool blue in here because the sky has got a lot of cool blue, and the water is going to reflect the sky, and vice versa. But I began by establishing this slightly warmer color down here. Ooh, I don't know. That's too intense. So I'm actually going to put a bit more warm blue in here. I'm going to add more white. That's good. It's maybe still a little intense, but that's okay. I probably could have put a bit more matte medium and made it a bit more transparent. That's okay. It looks really lovely. less realistic, I suppose you could say. In fact, you know what? As I'm talking about, I could do this or that. What I can do is just take my rag and just kind of wipe a bit of that off. Make it a bit more transparent. Yeah, there we go. Just sort of dabbing a bit of that back. Yeah, I think that's better. Less opaque there, I think, the better. And there's Rick popping in. Hello. A lot of people still working on Carmichael's Mirror Lake that we did last week. Understandably so. That one was it's a great one. I really like that painting. I think it turned out really cool. Where did I put my Mirror Lake? Right, that's the one we did just the other day. Franklin Carmichael. Ooh, that is just gorgeous, isn't it? The one thing I would say is maybe I could have put a little bit of black in here. I think that would have worked, just pulled, because these are supposed to be pretty intensely dark, but you know, it's one of those things that you don't know until you've done it. So our reflections in the water here. Ooh, I gotta turn my heater on. Ooh, it's getting cold. I'm wearing long johns in the top and the bottom. I got a sweater, I got jeans on, and I'm wool socks and 2 layers of socks, and I'm still cold. Woo. It's officially winter here in Canada. Okay, so let's kind of pick up the pace a bit here. Let's get warm blue, warm yellow. Bit more of that warm yellow. Or let's go for a bit more of the warm blue first. Again, I'm going to take a bit of black, a bit of white. So one thing, let's zoom in down here. So I kind of like a bit of this you can see kind of how loose this area is here. So I don't want to just kind of obliterate it. And I want to keep some of that yellow and kind of the messiness that's underneath there. I think it also just works as a nice sort of opposition to the sharper stuff that's going on in the sky above. Or in the trees and all that stuff. These are different colors here. And do that. Let's take a bit more of the warm yellow. Just kind of blend it in with my finger a bit. Like this really reminds me of like Matisse. Remember, or not Matisse, Monet, when we were doing the water lilies a few weeks ago, a month ago or so maybe. Right, the looseness of that, and I'm sure Lismer would have seen some Monet paintings while he was in Belgium, because Matisse's studio was not too far from the Belgian border there. Not Matisse, I keep saying Matisse. Monet, Claude Monet. Monet's water lilies. Let's take a bit of the cool blue this time. Mix that in there. I guess, you know, that's another thing too. If you're struggling with the mixing colors, just try mixing a different yellow or a different red, a different blue into that color. And you could just use a small brush, just mix a little mixture next to everything else and just see what that looks like. And sometimes it's like, oh, that's it. Here I'm struggling trying to get it, and I just couldn't find it. And then all of a sudden, boom, ah, there it is. So I just added a little bit of matte medium in here. Ooh, I don't know, is that... That's a little intense. Okay, so let's just take a bit more of our warm yellow, bring that into our cool blue. I think that's too much. We need a bit more of this black. So let's get a bit of white, a little bit of black, a little bit more black. Not so happy with what I've been up to in the last few minutes, but it's okay. Oops. Not even on camera. Ooh, those greens look pretty intense. I don't want them... I would hope they would be a little bit more dull. One thing I could do is I could do a little bit of glazing afterwards. So maybe we'll save that as a potential way of just making things a little bit duller down there. Okay. Little rock, I forgot to put that reflection in there. Let's take... I'm going to take the same color. I've got my cool blue. Some black. Ah. put too much matte medium in this paint, so that's a bit frustrating. Made it a little bit too transparent. Just gonna quickly put this down here. I'm gonna paint a much darker blue later, but I gotta pick up the pace here. You can hear my wife get her daughter ready for bed, and that's part of my job. So, and I want to see her go to bed. Okay. I'm gonna have to come back to that area here. I'm gonna now go into the trees and start darkening that down. So let's take our warm blue and black. So, again, normally what like the best practice in this part of the painting would be to just take your time and kind of slowly go around and outline things. And this, however, is the race against time way to paint this painting. let's take some of this color. I'm just gonna add a bit of white. That's too much white. And here, let's take some of our blue. Yeah, darn it. Okay. So if you add too much white, it's okay, but trying to kind of darken that, you're just going to end up having to put so much black in there that you're going to just waste a bunch of paint. So I'm just going to mix it again next to it. There we go. So I'm just trying to shape this and think about the reflection and as things kind of match up. Bit more white. Oh, I just noticed this is all dark down here. So mine's going to be a little bit different. I don't mind that that's kind of a little bit more symmetrical. That's okay. Let's take... Okay, we'll do some of that stuff in the trees momentarily. We got to get some rocks going here. So to make some of those rocks, we're going to make a brown. So we're going to take our cool yellow, or sorry, warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. So all my warm colors. And you know what? Maybe just while I got this color, this dark brown, I'm just going to paint that all here really quickly. Now, where is my reflection? There's that. I'm a little confused as to where the water line is here, so just gonna have to do a little bit of thinking as we get in there. That again, let's add just a little bit of white. Okay, let's get, oops, we're gonna mix a gray, that's all dry. Let's take our black and our white. Here's our gray. We can mix a few different versions of these rocks with just more or less yellow and brown in there. Brush has got to go in the garbage. Let's see. I guess I'll use this. So let's, we're going to paint all these rocks in 10 minutes or less here. So this is frustrating because I'm not even really looking at the original, I'm just throwing shapes in here. I can't see when it's so close. So warm blue and warm red. Part of me just thinks maybe I should stop and come back at this, because I'm just going so fast that I'm going to make a total mess of this. Okay, I think I can do it. I just gonna have to. I just need to. I actually need to slow down here because I'm losing the plot. So let's look at things a little bit more clear-eyed here. What I need is some greens. And some warm green that I can bring into these browns, and vice versa. I wasn't even on camera right to that, darn it. Forgot to get this area of that tree up there, so let's just... So again, I've got a kind of a warm green that I'm digging into, sometimes adding a bit more white, sometimes a bit more yellow, and sometimes a bit more blue. It is going over top of these darker greens and blues that I put down there a long time ago. Come on, what's going on? I'm going to do the same. I'm just going to take some of my black with some of these colors. Oops. Thought that was going to be a bit darker than it turned out to be. Let's get some warm red in here. Take our brown. Warm red. Let's make sure we get a bit of black on there. Now I can make these darker or lighter by painting over them afterwards. So it doesn't hurt just to get them in place Getting my dirty fingers in here. Let's get that golden tree stump. My warm yellow and a little bit of white. I'm going to take my cool yellow and a bit of white. I'll wait for that to dry. Before I do that, I can also just paint in a bit of warm yellow. Orange in here. I'm just trying to get that in as quickly. I can always finish this with a glaze. Okay, I need to make more black. Let's take some yellow, warm red, cool blue. So warm yellow, warm red, and cool blue. Or did I say that right? Warm red, cool yellow, and cool blue. Is that what I just said? I don't know. Yeah, that is not my finest hour down here. That would be definitely a place where I would like to spend a lot more time. So honestly, I'm not really looking at those rocks. I just don't have the time to check and correct and see if I'm getting them correctly in the right place. So just improvising a bit here. And what allowed me to kind of be able to do this is I just threw in a bunch of kind of color into these areas. Now I'm trying to give a bit of like angular qualities in down here. And let's try to replicate a bit of this down in here. So I'm having to be kind of careful because I am using a lot of black all over the place, and that could have it's kind of pulling these hills on the sides forward. Okay, now I can kind of go back into these trees a little bit, do a bit of darker outlining in here, just again with this black, we'll pull it more forward. I know the right side of my painting's just way off, but that's just what's gonna happen for today. Okay. So now I'm talking about identifying just a few final colors in that area down there. So I want a warm green. Down in here. Okay. I want a warm brown, mostly warm red. Cool blue, cool yellow, some white. I'm going to take some cool yellow right out of the tube. Okay, now do I just ask myself, do I want to glaze or darken this down here at all? I mean, I'd love to spend 2 more hours here. Ah! Down there. That could be darker. So I think I'm going to just blow dry this. First of all, do I have any... I've gotten some fingerprints on those corners. Just blend that in a bit. Okay, and I want to glaze with my black. So I'm just going to use some glazing fluid. This is like a great little cheat. Let's see. So I just took a little bit of my glazing fluid. I'm going to put it there, get a bit of paint on my brush. Mix that into my glazing fluid. And now what I can do is just go... So this is my black. And let's just maybe get a bit more I can also do that a little bit in the... So I'm just going to take a little bit more of my black here. Get that on here again. Because I can take this and just darken a bit of these trees where maybe I was a bit heavy with the color. Because the original, you know, these trees right in the center don't have quite as much color as I've put on them. Or they're not, there's a lot of color, but it's more muted. Right? I think, which allows that tree to really pop. So I'm just darkening everything around it very subtly. So it went down like 10% in terms of the color intensity and got darker. And then just again with a little bit of pure black. Okay. Whew, goodness gracious. I think that's where I'm gonna have to end for today. It's not as what I wanted to do, but I think that's, I'm out of time. So before we, let's see, we are at, okay everybody, it's that time here where we're gonna take a look at the two paintings side by side and compare and contrast, see what we did. Again, just to encourage you to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and take a photograph of the artwork you created. Upload it to our Facebook group. This weekend, we're going to be looking at and celebrating your artwork, and I'll give you some free feedback, should you choose to participate. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, literally as little as $1, you can use the PayPal link. That's the second paragraph in the description below. You can use the super chat function here within YouTube, or send a check, e-transfer, food, whatever you want. Contact me through some of these channels there. So there's the original, and there's my version here. Now, obviously, again, I ran out of time. I would like to have spent way more time doing these rocks, because rocks take time to make them look, didn't really pull it off, and I didn't have time to do that, so I've kind of fudged it. This whole area was a bit of an afterthought, which is frustrating, but you know, it is what it is, and sometimes we don't all have lots of time to paint. But I think I've got the spirit of the painting completed here. So now let's just kind of zoom in and just compare them. Let's go in here. Okay. I will save the tree for last here. Let's go top left corner. Okay. Let's get all these tools out of the way. Again, you can see there's more detail in his than mine, and I think his is twice the size as mine, so it is what it is. And some of these details look pretty sloppy, but again, given how quickly we're working, I'm not so upset about that. Not bad up there. some of my trees in the background are a little bit dark, but are a little too saturated colors, but we'll get there. Let's look over here. I think he's just got a little bit more warm blue that came down a little bit lower over top of the cool blue. So I could remember I kind of decided deliberately to keep that a little bit higher, that warm blue back there. We do have a little bit more intense cool blues in the background. I could have added a little bit more gray in there. Let's go down here. This is, I think, where we're going to see some major differences. Probably the most deviation from the originals in this area, and then down here where I just, had to make some concessions. Ooh, I like that little bit of cold blue. In fact, I'm just going to take a bit of white. Just took a bit of my matte medium and a bit of this dried up, crunchy old blue. It's got cold blue with a little bit of white on it. And where is this? Somewhere like... It's almost like a little bird landing there. That's interesting. That's a really effective little way of creating some depth down there. Let's do that again. Just using my finger to smudge it. Yeah, again, regardless though, a lot of this area is just a bit of a mess. Whew. Similarly, if we're looking at the bottom of the painting, right in the center, those rocks, ugh, not my finest hour, but because that would have been really fun to play with down here. Let's go to there. Yeah. That's the bottom right corner, I think, there, right? Yeah. That color is kind of nice. It's just maybe there's too much of it. I could have kind of hidden a little bit more of it away with the more trees there. This looks a little bit more psychedelic on camera. All my colors do tend to look a little bit more saturated on camera. Not quite so bright, but... And these trees are just totally undefined. I would go around and outline that. But let's bring it right back into the center here and leave it right here. The Isle of Spruce. So I could continue putting more yellow on there, more cool yellow, just to get that real pop. But I think it stands out pretty well. In fact, if anything, what I could do is just more glazing, darkening some of those areas around it is going to make that appear to be actually brighter. So rather than brightening it, we could just be a darkening of the areas around it. Okay, one final look. Yeah, those little things make a big difference, right? It really tells us that that's a surface, that's water. Looks like there could potentially be another one down here. But I think that's good enough, right? Good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. Okay, everybody, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you to everyone who supported and gave money during the show. I really appreciate that. That really helps. So we'll see you guys this weekend. We're going to take a look at your artwork in just a few days. Until then, have a great night, my friends, and we will see you again very soon. Get those paintings on the Facebook group. Okay, good night, everybody.